life-threatening situation. Please stay home, stay safe, and stay warm. And that is coming from the Shreveport Police Department. And due to the ongoing hazardous winter weather, I'm strongly urging all residents to remain at home and avoid traveling on the area roadways unless it is an emergency, while city, parish, and state transportation and public works crews are working around the clock to improve road conditions and keep major roads passable. Many streets and highways remain icy and extremely dangerous. Every vehicle on the road increases the risk of accidents, and unnecessary travel puts not only drivers and passengers at risk, but also our first responders and other essential emergency personnel who must remain mobile to answer critical calls for help. When crashes happen, fire, police, EMS, and utility crews are forced to respond in unsafe conditions, delaying emergency response for others who may truly need it. Conditions are expected to remain dangerous in the coming days. Please do your part to keep our community safe. Stay home, stay off the roads, and only travel if it's absolutely necessary. Your decision could prevent a serious accident and help protect the men and women working to keep you safe. Of course, coming in from the Shreveport Police Department and the Shreveport Fire Department having those statements this morning. KSLA has been receiving a lot of viewer video and photos from across the Arklatex. We appreciate you sharing those with us. Please keep it up. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those videos coming in.
Oh my God. Okay, go.
All right, this is sledding in Legacy in the Legacy subdivision in Bossier City. We want to thank Sheriff Finley for sending in that video there. All right, this video coming in from viewer Hunter Patterson. We don't have a location for that video either, but the children look like they were having a lot of fun. Looks like they're on a float there. If you want to send us a video using your phone, press the burger icon. You can swipe up on the pop-up menu and then press submit photos and videos. Again, while we do encourage viewer video, we do ask you to prioritize your own safety. Coming up, a Salvation Army in Texas is providing aid and warmth for veterans. Hear more about why Texas officials believe it is necessary. And taking a live look outside, I-20 at Juela is still showing icy conditions on the roadways. It is 4:18. Rise and shine. All right, 421 KSLA News 12's Peyton Manuel is live in Shreveport with the latest on power outages. Good morning to you, Peyton.
Yeah, good morning, Dominique. Right now, I'm at the fairgrounds for SWEPCO's hub. It's where all of their trucks go, where all of their crews go, and they actually have people staying here on site just throughout these conditions, these very hazardous roads, this ice that's still on the roads that we're seeing, and they're just staying here, coming in and out to make sure that they're doing everything they can to restore people's power. I want to take a second here and talk about me and my photographer's journey right to this location that you're looking at. Right here are some, I believe these are like things for your tires on our car unit to help you with the traction while you're traveling on this slick ice right here. It's slick right on below my feet. I tried not to slip right before we came on live, and we had to turn around 3 times just to get to this spot from where I'm standing right now. I think I counted 4 cars that were left ditched on the side, and then there was one person who actually was in the process of ditching their vehicle. So it made me think, you can only imagine how difficult it's been for these crews to get out there while these roads are still so dangerous. As Celeste said, they're still so dangerous and hazardous, and when these cars are ditched on the side of the road, it really creates blockage issues. So again, as first responders are saying, and SWEPCO is now saying, they're urging you to stay home. Just stay home and stay warm so that they can do what they can. Prioritize the roads for first responders and crews to get out there so they can restore your power. We'll be back with more information. In Shreveport, Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
All right, thank you so much, Peyton. And we have more news to tell you about. The Jonesboro Fire Department in Arkansas also has their trucks and equipment prepped and are ready in case of emergency calls. But there is one concern: access to hydrants. The fire chief says if the snow covers hydrants, that could make it harder to get to when seconds matter the most.
Someone wanted to take a snow shovel or something, just kind of clean out around them. Luckily, we run GPS systems in all of our fire trucks that have the hydrants located by GPS. So we can find them because we've got them on the map. But yeah, that'd be a good help just to clean out around them if they could.
The chief says they usually don't see frozen hydrants, so they should be available in case of emergencies. This morning, a lot of you are seeing the damage caused by the winter ice storm. Many are without power. KSLA's Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana getting the first alert on power outages in that area. Good morning to you, Marvin.
Yeah, many are left without power, but that's what SWEPCO anticipated, and they said that's exactly why they have put a base camp here in the Texarkana Fairgrounds to help combat those power outages that they expected because of this winter storm.
The storm has passed through the region, but the damages left from the ice storm remain. Many are without power, and the roads remain unsafe to drive on.
There are lots of hidden spots that appear slicker than others. There's also spots in the highways that haven't been treated as often as others, and so people would perceive them to be okay to drive across, and they're really not.
SWEPCO says they have additional resources that have come from all parts of the country to restore those power outages.
You mentioned all of the mobilized army of utility professionals. That includes forestry professionals, that's linemen, already in the territory, and we have more help coming.
And while roads remain icy, some are safely enjoying these conditions.
We got a spare hood we're going to tie up and kind of do a little bit of snow sliding and just as safely as possible, nothing too crazy.
And others say these freezing temperatures aren't a bother.
It don't bother me, man. It's just, I like the cold. I'm big, so cold don't bother me none.
Although the storm has already passed the Arklatex, those roads still remain unsafe to drive in. And that's because of all the ice and the sleet that is over those roads, making it very slippery and dangerous. So the best advice we can give you is just stay home, hunker down, stay safe, and stay warm. Reporting in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, Marvin, thank you. Right now, I'm joined by First Alert meteorologist Jake Lambright, and you are watching the conditions. And pretty soon, we should see this clearing up. We know that schools are closed on Monday and Tuesday. A lot of businesses as well will be making a decision whether they're going to close on Wednesday as well. But most of this should be clearing out of the way by Tuesday evening, you say?
Yes, we might not see a big change in road conditions today just because we're going to get above freezing, but not by much. It's for a very short time frame. But by tomorrow afternoon, highs will be back into the 40s. We could still see some impacts around Wednesday morning. Of course, we're going to be watching those conditions very closely as we head into the day tomorrow and giving you the first alert as we learn more. Of course, right now it is very chilly out there, well below freezing, 21 right now in Shreveport. But when you factor that wind in, it feels even colder than that. Before we get to feels like temperatures, here's a regional look at your air temperatures. 15 in Queen, 14 in Idabel, a little bit warmer the further south you go. 18 Marshall, 16 for Mount Pleasant, and 26 is your current temperature over in Natchitoches. Now again, that wind is out of the north-northwest around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Makes a big difference. So it feels like 9 in Shreveport, 7 in Longview and Marshall, 6 right now in Mount Pleasant, 9 for Texarkana and Magnolia, 16 in Natchitoches, and 11 just to the west in Nacogdoches. So because of these very chilly air and feels like temperatures, we've got an extreme cold warning in place now through noon on Tuesday. Want to give you the first alert to a few closures around the Shreveport-Bossier area. Of course, one of the big ones is I-49 running from I-20 down past 3132, and now it looks like I-49 northbound from Flournoy-Lucas Road to, again, 3132 is now closed as well. Benton Road in Bossier City, a section of that also closed from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. Of course, we'll have more updates on your road conditions and forecasts coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Jake, thanks. Dangerous roads and widespread closures from schools to trash pickup. We'll tell you what's shut down due to the ice and when you can expect those roads to be safe again. Everything looking good on the roadways at I-20 and Jewella as far as the clearing. One lane, if you must use it, it is clear. It perhaps may have some black ice, so if you have to get out there, be careful. Good Monday morning. It is 4:30. I'm Dominique Ben. The storm is over, but the ice and freezing temperatures remains across the Arklatex. Most schools, if not all, are closed along with some businesses. And First Alert meteorologist Jake Lambright joins us with what we can expect throughout the day and into Tuesday. We've been talking about whether any of these cancellations would go into Wednesday. It really just all depends on what happens Tuesday, right?
Absolutely, because today roads might have a little bit of an opportunity to melt, but temperatures this afternoon likely staying in the low to mid 30s. So if we get above freezing, it's going to be just by a degree or two for a very short amount of time. You can see just how much ice we've got out there on the roadways today. Of course, this here is a look at your bridges and overpasses, but look, even below the overpass, there's still a lot of ice accumulation on the road. This is toward downtown Shreveport into Bossier City. Temperatures right now, and these are just air temperatures, 21 degrees for us in Shreveport. But once we factor in that 12-mile-per-hour wind, it feels pretty brutal out there. We'll look at those feels like temps in just a moment. Before we get to that, though, here's a look at your air temperatures. 19 in Carthage, Texarkana, Magnolia right now. Even cooler as you head out toward DeQueen and Idabel with temperatures closer to 15 degrees. You'll see feels like temperatures feeling like 9 right now in Shreveport, 7 Longview and Marshall, 6 for Mount Pleasant, feeling like 11 in Nacogdoches and 16 in Natchitoches. I'll have more on your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Jake, thanks. 4:33 this morning, and through the weekend, officials have confirmed 2 deaths related to the winter weather in northwest Louisiana. The Louisiana Department of Health says 2 men died from hypothermia in Caddo Parish. Their identities, along with other details, have not been released. State officials are urging everyone to make sure they take steps to stay warm until the extreme cold moves out of Louisiana. All right, we're going to check a few tips to keep you warm and safe during harsh winter weather. Do not use gas or electric ovens or stoves to heat your home. Place any heaters 3 to 5 feet away from any beds or flammable items. And if you feel yourself getting dizzy or nauseous, get fresh air immediately, as it may be potential carbon monoxide buildup. You can see a full list of tips to keep you safe and warm on KSLA.com, our KSLA News 12 app, and the Louisiana Department of Health website. And in case you are in need of a warming center in Shreveport, here are some options for you. Connections is located on Levy Street. It's called Hope Connections. And then Highland Center is located on Olive Street with available spaces from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. The Salvation Army located on East Stoner Avenue is available, as well as Holy Mission Church of God on Texas Street with the closing time of 5 p.m. We'll keep you updated on our KSLA News 12 app as we learn more about the warming centers and possible closures in the Arklatex. Roadways across the Arklatex are covered in ice as we start this new week, which is still very dangerous for driving. KSLA News 12 Celeste Lay joins us live with a look at those road conditions. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, I am right outside 70th Street and Fern Avenue. This is usually a very busy intersection, but as you can see, there are no cars out here. I've only seen maybe 2 or 3 cars pass by, but if you can see behind me, all of this is black ice. This is very dangerous to drive on, and I would not recommend it anywhere. I accidentally slipped out here earlier walking out to this location. It is very slippery. You do not want to be out here. I do have a statement from SPD reading in part, quote, "We are extremely proud of our citizens. The vast majority have heeded the guidance of city officials by staying home and off of the roadways. We cannot stress this enough. Even though the rain, sleet, and hail have stopped, the roadways are still extremely treacherous," end quote. So remember, as you look at the road behind me, do not get out on this roadway. One of the cars that actually passed by here kind of slid by, so hopefully they made it home or wherever they're going safely. So be safe if you do have to get out for emergencies only. Other than that, I would recommend just staying home. Reporting live from 70th Street, Celeste Lake, KSLA News 12.
In Shreveport, multiple closures continue to happen as ice continues to prevent travel. KSLA's Kim Nagomo has updates from Mayor Tom Arsenault about what to expect.
Due to the icy roads you see behind me, travel is limited for the next couple of days. Because of this, services and places you're used to are now closed. Because of sleet, freezing rain, and very low temperatures, roads are a potential danger to drivers.
The roads are really not passable. You may be able to drive on them, but it is really important that you stay put, that you not try and get out unless it's an absolute emergency.
Mayor Tom Arsenault says it's a risk to have several vehicles out on the roads. Due to this, trash services are canceled for the week. Sportran buses are closed until Wednesday. Schools across Caddo, Bossier, DeSoto, and Webster Parish are also closed. The Caddo Parish School Board released a statement saying the weather conditions create unsafe travel. Along with icy roads, hundreds are without power. But Mayor Arsenault is reassuring the community that hospitals will not go out of power. If you're experiencing a power outage, Mayor Arsenault recommends downloading the SWEPCO app to know when the power will be restored. Although the winter storm is causing trouble with roads and power, crews are working to make it easier. Mayor Tom Arsenault says the roads should be safe to drive on by Tuesday or possibly Wednesday. Reporting in Shreveport, this is Kim Nagomo, KSLA News 12.
Temperatures and feels like temperatures are downright cold this morning. We'll talk about how long that cooler weather sticks around coming up.
All right, emergency officials and law enforcement, they say that the drivers and the people who live in this area, they're doing a good job of staying off the roads, and we can see that on I-20 at Juela, not a lot of traffic, hardly any, because the roadways are covered still with ice, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. We're back in a moment.
Welcome back. It's 4:41 a.m. and it is chilly out there this morning. We'll start off with a live look in Bossier City. Here's Benton Road, John Harvey Toyota. You can see all that ice still accumulated on the trucks out front and also on those roads as well. So again, I know we've said it a million times, but if you don't have to be out on those roads today, I encourage you to stay in. And roads will likely stay on the dicier side until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Here's another look into downtown Shreveport and Bossier City. You can see a lot of ice there on the bridges and overpasses, even underneath the bridges. Still plenty of ice accumulated on the roadways. It has been a chilly day for us so far. Of course, temps will warm up as we go through the afternoon, but if we get above freezing, it's only going to be by a degree or two in some spots and not for that long, maybe an hour or two at most. You'll see right now we're at 21 in Shreveport, 25 there in Natchitoches, even cooler out toward East Texas, 19 Carthage, 18 Marshall, 16 for Mount Pleasant. The cool spot, 12 degrees out in McCurtain County there in Idabel. Feels like temperatures even cooler than that across the entire Arklatex. 17 is what it feels like in Natchitoches. It feels like 9 degrees for us in Shreveport. We've got those winds about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Feels like 7 in Mount Pleasant, Longview, and Marshall. Feels like 9 degrees over in Texarkana and Magnolia. Now here's a look at things as we go through the rest of the day today. Getting a little bit cooler by sunrise this morning, and then from there temperatures will start to warm up mid-20s by 10 a.m. and then again, if we get above freezing, we're talking by a degree or two for maybe an hour. It will not help much whenever it comes to melting any of that ice. In fact, it could actually make roads a little bit worse by tomorrow morning. In fact, as we wake up around the Arklatex, we're looking at temperatures back in the mid-teens, maybe a little bit cooler compared to tonight. I've got us down to 8 overnight in DeQueen, 14 for Shreveport, 18 in Manny, and a morning low of 17 over in Winfield. All right, so as we take a look at feels like temperatures here going into tomorrow morning, we've got feels like temperatures near 3 in DeQueen, 4 in Shreveport, feels like temp there of 10 degrees. First thing tomorrow morning over in Center. We'll take a look at your temperatures for the next 3 days, and of course, it is going to be very chilly overnight tonight. We're going to be back into the mid-teens. From there, you will notice improvements. We'll see high temperatures in the 40s as we head into your Tuesday and Wednesday with overnight lows returning to the 20s. However, we will still be near that hard freeze mark and below the hard freeze mark, so you will still need to continue taking those precautions to protect your pipes. And of course, people, pets, and plants also need to be in a warm shelter for the next few days. We've got an extreme cold warning in place area-wide now through noon on Tuesday. Again, that goes for the entire Arklatex. A freeze forecast for the next couple days showing, again, very cold temperatures for the next week. I'll have more on your 7-day forecast right after this. All right, I'll have your 7-day a little bit later on. Want to get you up to speed on power outages real quick. First, Caddo Parish still dealing with about 1,100 outages, and these are SWEPCO outages out in Shelby County. Over 3,000 customers still without power. SWEPCO hoping to get that restored here within the next couple of days. DeSoto Parish with around 5,500 outages. Red River Parish coming in with about 2,700 outages. Sabine Parish still has over 6,600 outages. And last but not least, Natchitoches Parish still has 4,200 outages. I'll have a look at your forecast and more power outages coming in.
All right, Jake, we'll check back in. This morning, a lot of you are seeing the damage caused by the winter storm. Many are still without power, as you just heard Jake say. KSLA's Marvin Andrade joins us live from Texarkana, Texas, with the first alert on power outages there. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. Those temperatures are still really cold. I accidentally slipped today, so I didn't fall all the way, but I was about to fall. But going to those power outages, right here, SWEPCO has been working really hard to be able to restore those. Last time I checked, there was around 500 outages with including Bowie County and Miller County. They say that is due to the amount of resources that they have been getting here across the Arklatex, and they hope that in the other regions, like Jake just mentioned, they can be able to restore those in the next couple of days. But they wanted to really stress the importance of being able to get help from across the country, like California, Florida, Indiana, because that has helped be able to restore those more quickly. But as they still restore those power outages, I want to show you the back. They need these roadways to kind of look like what they're looking right now, really slow, so that those utility workers, linemen, all the people working on those outages can have a safe access to these roads so that they can get to those outages and work on them. It's important that you don't just stay home right now for yourself, but also for help on getting those power outages back and restored. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12. Back to you.
All right, Marvin, thanks. Extended power outages may impact the whole community and the economy. This is how you should prepare before this happens. Take an inventory of the items you need that rely on electricity. Plan backup batteries and other alternative power sources. Have flashlights for every household member. If the power does go out, declare one room in your home as the warm room. Roll up towels and place them under gaps between your doors and floors, and have enough non-perishable food and water. Fire departments in Arkansas are being fully equipped to deal with potential fire hazards. Hear what fire officials believe will cause difficulties for fire departments.
Yeah, I'm live right now at SWEPCO's Fairgrounds. It's the hub where all of their trucks are coming in and out. I'll tell you the update on what they're doing to bring you their power after this.
Icy conditions continue to cover the interstate. Here's a look at I-20 at Traffic Street. If you don't have to go anywhere, please take the advice of city leaders and our meteorologists to stay indoors until this at least melts off. Back in a moment.
Weather Day.
Good morning. In Shreveport, thousands remain without electricity this morning. SWEPCO says they are working to restore power as fast as they can. KSLA News 12's Peyton Manuel is live in Shreveport with the latest on those outages. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Dominique. Right now I'm at SWEPCO's Fairgrounds. It's the hub where all of their crews, and crews honestly from outside the state also are here. They come in and out to try to bring you the power as quickly as they can. I want you to take a second and look down at my feet. I don't know if you can tell, but this is how slick this is. This is how slick this is. This is how this is how it's just glistening in the light right now. It's very slippery right now. That's what the roads were like when me and my photographer were on our way to this location. You can only imagine how difficult that makes it for these crews to get on the roads and bring these people their power back. But as SWEPCO is saying, and first responders are also saying, city officials are saying, they're going to do whatever they can by all means necessary to bring people their power back as quickly and also as safely as possible. But once again, we have to continue urging you to stay home, just stay warm and stay off the roads, because these roads are being prioritized for these crews. There's also those road closures that Celeste was talking about that adds a whole nother additional layer to how difficult this is right now. But again, SWEPCO is urging people just to stay home. And another thing, you can check out, you can download their app, the SWEPCO app, or go to swepco.com just to report any other outages and keep track of the outages, as we will also be doing, and we will keep you updated and first alert, reminding you of where we're at in that process. In Shreveport, Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
All right. Thank you, Peyton. Right now, we're going to send it over to First Alert meteorologist Jake Lambright for another look at the forecast and what we're expecting for the rest of the week. Good morning.
Dominique, of course, it is very chilly out there this morning. Temperatures right now are in the 20s, but it feels like the single digits across much of the Arklatex. Before we go to break, I do want to bring you up to speed with the latest on closures across the Arklatex right now. Go ahead and zoom in here. We've got I-49 closed from I-20 down past 3132, especially northbound near Flournoy Lucas Road. There is a closure there. Again, that stretch of I-49, so that's a bit of an extension compared to yesterday. If you're coming off of 3132 heading southbound on 49, that stretch of interstate is still open. Then we've got Benton Road closed from US 79 down to Old Minden Road, both directions of travel. So if you take that stretch of Benton Road, again, it is closed. Last but not least, I-220 is open. The on-ramps to get onto I-49 North, though, are closed until further notice. Otherwise, you'll notice the interstate starting to pick up a little bit, people having to take it slower on the roads. That's why you see that kind of orange shading, yellow shading starting to appear in more places on the map. You'll see 220 traffic going very, very slow. Same with US Highway 71, both directions on the north side of I-220. We'll go further to the south. The Jimmy Davis Bridge eastbound traffic is going at a normal speed. Westbound, you'll notice much slower traffic. Last but not least, let's take things up to Texarkana real quick. We'll have more. I'll have an update on your Texarkana traffic coming up a little bit later on in the show.
All right, let's take a look at the roadways. This is Interstate I-20 at Traffic Street. I actually took this way into work this morning. My
I want to get you the first alert to traffic going on around the Arklatex. Of course, several closures to kind of give you the first alert to. Let's see if I can get that to move forward a little bit to our traffic map. There are several big closures to tell you about. Of course, one of them, I-49 from I-20 down to 3132, closed in both directions of travel. And then I-49 northbound, now another stretch of that is closed from Flournoy Lucas Road again, and that goes all the way up to I-20. Another closure at Benton Road, US 79 down to Old Minden Road. You can see right before, or 3132, starting to see that traffic there slow down both directions. We'll go up to I-20 heading into Bossier City. You'll notice again, cars having to take it slow, those that are out there on the roads due to all of that ice. We'll go down to the Jimmy Davis Bridge, or actually North Bossier first, I-220, again running pretty slowly for vehicles that are out there on the roads. The Jimmy Davis Bridge now seeing both directions of travel impacted there by slower traffic out there on the roads. Again, 3132 also pretty slow, and Texarkana, not many out on the roads right now, but those that are having to take it pretty slow there on the major highways and interstates. I'll have more on your weather and traffic coming up in just a few minutes.
It is 5:01 happening right now in the Arklatex. It's still not very safe to drive. Roads are covered in ice as we start this new week. KSLA News 12 Celeste Slay joins us live with a look at road conditions. And Celeste, you're located at Fern Avenue and 70th, right at that intersection there.
Yeah, Dom, like you said, I'm located right off of 70th Street and Fern Avenue. I decided to come on the opposite side of the intersection just to give you a little bit different perspective and to see how the condition of the road is over here. And it is almost worse than it is on the other side. I mean, just there's black ice everywhere, very, very slick, and it's hard to even walk around on. I've only seen a few cars come this way, and I'm thinking it's worse going the opposite way. But I do have a statement from the Shreveport Fire Department on the roadways currently. Reading in part, quote, "Due to the ongoing hazardous winter weather, I am strongly urging all residents to remain at home and avoid traveling on area roadways unless it is an emergency. While city, parish, and state transportation and public work crews are working around the clock to improve road conditions and keep major routes possible, many streets and highways remain icy and extremely dangerous," end quote. Again, these roads are extremely dangerous. I highly recommend you not drive out on them, especially since these aren't going to be thawing until about Tuesday afternoon, if that. So again, these are going to be very dangerous. Reporting live in Shreveport, Celeste Slay, KSLA News 12.
And with ice and snow sweeping across the Arklatex, the Oklahoma Department of Transportation is busy treating roads across their state. ODOT crews are laying down sod, brine on interstates and major highways. This pretreatment reduces but does not completely eliminate icy conditions. A spokesperson with ODOT says it is also vital that drivers stay off the roads if at all possible.
If you do have to get out, plan ahead. Make sure you have a fully charged cell phone. You check the conditions where you are and where you're going. Make sure you put a blanket and some water and maybe some snacks in your car, just in case the worst should happen and you get stranded somewhere.
ODOT has more than 500 multi-purpose trucks putting down salt sand mixture to help melt ice on roadways. They also have snow plows out to help clear the roads. All right, take a look at your screen. Here are a list of more schools, universities, and organizations closed for Monday and Tuesday. Caddo Court will be closed today, along with Southern University Shreveport, Providence Academy, Texarkana Career College, Loyola College Prep, Ayers Career College. The Highland Clinic will also be closed, and you can look at the graphics at the bottom of your screen or go to KSLA.com to view updated closures across the Arklatex. Wanted to add also that the courthouse in Caddo Parish will also be closed on Tuesday as well.
We've got cool temperatures for the days to come and another cold front on the way later this week. We'll talk about the specifics coming up in your first alert 7-day forecast.
A store manager finds a woman outside nearly freezing to death. Hear from the brave man on how his quick thinking saved the woman's life.
Hey, I'm Peyton Manuel. I'm here at SWEPCO's Fairgrounds, and I have an update on the conditions and what it's been like for them to bring your power back next.
And normally at this time, we see a lot of cars as people are heading to work, but just one slow.
Well, welcome back and thank you for joining us this morning. Still a lot of ice out there on the roads. You can see it here on Benton Road from our John Harvey Toyota camera here in Bossier City. Lots of ice accumulations, of course, on the cars that you can see toward the bottom of your screen as well. Let's get a look here downtown Shreveport heading into Bossier City. This, I believe, is I-20 heading across the Red River. You can see a lot of ice accumulation there, not just on the bridges and overpasses, but also on the streets at ground level as well. We've been saying it a million times, but if you don't have to be out on the roads this morning, morning, stay off the roads. This ice not going anywhere. At least we won't see substantial improvements likely until Tuesday afternoon. And even then, we might still see a little bit of ice around until Wednesday morning. Here's a look right now. Temperatures at 21 in Shreveport, but we've got a pretty gusty wind out of the north-northwest between 10 and 15 miles per hour. So while air temperatures are at 12 degrees, 13 degrees out toward Idabel and DeQueen, in the mid to upper teens in East Texas and low to mid 20s across northwest Louisiana. When you factor that wind in, look at what happens to our feels like temperatures or how it feels to the human skin. 16 is the feels like temperature in Natchitoches, and that's the warmest one on the map. Feeling like 9 in Shreveport and Texarkana, 6 in Marshall, 5 there in Longview, and 13 degrees is your current feels like temperature over in DeQueen. Now this afternoon, air temperatures will gradually start to warm up, might be getting a degree or two colder by the time we get to sunrise this morning. From there, temperatures do start to rise once again. We're in the upper 20s just before lunchtime, and if we get above freezing, we're talking a degree or two for maybe an hour or two, not for all that long. Tomorrow morning going to be another chilly morning across the Arklatex. Now that precip is out of here, the temperatures are going to be the big concern. You'll notice we start the day off in the mid-teens in Shreveport, maybe in the single digits for those north of I-30. Feels like temperature is going to be very, very cold once again, likely back in the single digits across much of the Arklatex or low double digits. If you have to be out there early tomorrow morning, make sure to bundle up. There is light at the end of the tunnel, though. High temperatures back into the 40s for Tuesday and Wednesday, and lows will be returning to the 20s on Tuesday night and Wednesday night. We've got an extreme cold warning now through noon on Tuesday, of course, as a result of those very cold temperatures. And as we head later into the week, you'll notice we'll be in the upper 30s there Thursday night. But temperatures returning overnight into the 20s as a result of a cold front moving through late on Thursday. We'll look at high temperatures coming up right after this.
Central Monument Company understands you may need to honor a loved one with a grave marker. Flat markers were $3.95. Now they're just $99. Single upright monuments were $7.45. Now just $2.99. Central Monument Company has the largest showroom in the Arklatex and Keithville and a satellite location in Houghton. This sale is available while supplies last. We're factory direct, so save money by visiting one of our showrooms, calling to set an appointment, or visiting centralmonument.com.
Here's a look at your First Alert 7-day forecast. Of course, today remains a First Alert weather day as those icy impacts are expected to continue. We'll evaluate the need for a First Alert weather day for Tuesday as well. You'll see by the afternoon, though, highs in the 40s. That will lead to a noticeable improvements in those roadways. We'll keep it in the 40s and 50s for your highs through the rest of this work week and into the weekend.
New this morning, a lot of you are seeing the damage caused by the winter ice storm, and many are without power. Right now, SWEPCO is reporting more than 34,000 of their customers are still waiting for electricity to be restored. KSLA News 12's Peyton Manuel joins us live from the Louisiana State Fairgrounds with a look at how SWEPCO is working on those outages. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, behind me, this is the hub of SWEPCO pretty much. It's all of these trucks. Let me step out of the way here so you can see. This is where the crews are staying through these conditions, coming in and out throughout the past coming days, and I'm sure the days up ahead, just so that they can make sure they're doing everything they can to bring you the power. Now, I also want to take a second and point out this to you. These are chains on the news unit's car. Me and my photographer on the way here to this location, we had to turn around 3 times. And again, this is with chains on to help with traction on this type of, on the road conditions that we're seeing here. And again, we turned around 3 times, so you can only imagine how difficult it's been for these crews to get out on the roads, along with those road closures that Celeste talked about earlier, just with everything that's going on to bring you that power. That's why, once again, we want to make sure that you stay home, stay clear of everything, stay off the roads, and just stay warm so that those crews can get to you. Again, city officials told us leading up to this ice storm that the roads were going to be a priority for first responders, but now crews are added to that list as well. You can add, if you have any outages or see any outages, you can add updates to that and track the amount of outages, as we just gave you that number through SWEPCO's app, and we will do our best to keep you first alert on that information as we find out more ourselves. Right now in Shreveport, Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
And a store manager in Dallas is being praised for his quick thinking when he noticed someone outside of his store freezing to death. Trevor Sochiki talks to the brave man about the moment he saw her.
When I heard her name, it was one of my good customers. So I instantly was like, hey man, no, there's no way. We gotta go help her right now.
And Ferris Hussein jumped into action this morning to help save one of his regulars, a homeless woman he knows as Bobby. Another regular found her frozen on the street, but only Ferris could lift her up.
She felt like a rock, as stiff as a rock. I mean, it was, when I picked her up, her entire body was just, it was like no matter which way you picked her up, her body was going to stay the same form.
Once Bobby got inside, she warmed up and started thanking everyone, saying she was outside all night. Eventually, police and paramedics came and took her to the hospital.
I don't really consider myself a hero or nothing, but we do this on a daily for our community. Doing it once in a while, it's not going to cut it. That's just, you know, we do it on our daily for our daily customers, all the time, every time.
Despite the cold conditions, the Arklatex is making the most out of it. Find out how. One viewer brought the slopes to their backyard.
Coming up, learn how keeping these roadways clear keeps the power outages from coming back.
And if you must be out on the roadways this morning, remember I-49 from I-20 down to 3132 is closed. There's also a stretch of Benton Road from US 79 down to Old Minden Road that is closed as well. I'll have more on your weather and traffic coming up on the other side of the break.
Alert Weather Day.
Take a look at this video from Saturday. It shows ice causing a power line exploding. KSLA News 12 crews were on the scene when the sparks flew. This video was taken on Richmond Road in Texarkana, Texas. thousands of people are without power around the Arklatex. KSLA's Marvin Andrade is live in Texarkana, Texas, where most people are still dealing with power outages there and ice road conditions. Marvin, any changes this morning?
Good morning, Dom. Those roadways are still really icy and slippery. So right behind me, you'll see that fortunately there hasn't been a lot of cars passing by here. And that's essentially what many are asking, that even though the winter storm has passed, to try to keep these roadways as clear as possible to be able to help those first responders get to scenes that they need to, like the linemen who are helping with those power outages that we've been mentioning this whole show. To help them with those power outages to get there safely without any disruptions on those streets. Thankfully here in the Texarkana region, the power outages have gone down a lot. Yesterday it was around 3,000. Today I checked earlier and it was around 500 power outages. SWEPCO says they hope to continue restoring power and that they thank all the additional resources that they've been getting from across the country. They said they have places from California, Indiana, and all the way from Florida as well, saying that they hope to be able to restore most of the power in the upcoming days. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
Marvin, thank you. KSLA has been receiving a lot of your video and photos from everyone across the Arklatex. We appreciate you sharing those with us, and please keep it up. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those videos that are coming in.
Okay, go.
And there we go. This is from our viewer, Sheriff Finney in Legacy, a subdivision in Bossier City. And if you want to send your video using your smartphones, you can press that burger icon and then you swipe up on the pop-up menu and then press submit photos and videos. Again, while we do encourage viewer video, prioritize your own safety first.
We'll want to get you the first alert on closures around the Arklatex, and then we'll take another look at your 7-day forecast. Want to zoom in here? We'll start with I-49. Again, that is closed all the way from I-20 down to 3132. There's actually a stretch there, I-49 northbound now, that's also closed from Flournoy Lucas Road, again, all the way to 3132. When it comes to Benton Road, a very small stretch is closed. Here's US Highway 79, basically closed down to Old Minden Road. So if you take that route to work, again, that is closed, both directions of travel. I-220 is open, traffic running very slowly. However, the on and off ramps for I-49, both directions, are closed from 220. We'll go ahead and zoom in there. You can see traffic a little bit slower there on I-20 as cars having to take it a little bit slower on those roads today. Of course, I'll have more with traffic a little bit later, but do want to walk you through your 7-day forecast. Let's see if I can get that to come up on the screen. Temperatures are going to be on the chillier side here for the next couple of days. You'll see highs today may only get a degree or two above freezing for a very short amount of time. From there, we're in the 40s for Tuesday and Wednesday. Thankfully, we only have one more night with lows in the teens, and then they're back into the 20s for Tuesday night and Wednesday night. From there, it's a little bit warmer for Thursday, but another front's moving through Thursday night into early Friday. You'll see that drops your high temperatures back into the 40s for Friday and Saturday and drops overnight lows back into the 20s.
Coming up, I've got an update from SPD on road conditions here in Shreveport.
And taking a live look, this is I-20 at the I-220 hub. We do see an 18-wheeler right there with their flashers on. Listen, the interstates, 20 and 220, they're major thoroughfares for 18-wheelers to continue moving product through the area and making sure it gets to the destinations like grocery stores and things like that. So we certainly thank our drivers of those trucks for continuing what they're doing. We're not sure why this one is pulled over with the flashers, but we will keep watching.
Stay first to wear on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps.
Saturday, March 14th, experience the hit play My Brother's Keeper. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster or Eventbrite. Call for more information.
Now in downtown Shreveport, you can see the icy road across the city, which is why today is the first alert weather day at KSLA News 12. It's still not safe to travel due to the ice impacts. As you can see, the ice is still on the roadways from earlier this week. Parts of Interstate 20 in Lincoln Parish were at a standstill after an stalled 12-wheeler. Louisiana State Police, they were recovering an 18-wheeler in the area due to several 18-wheelers that were stationary. Troopers had to go cab to cab to wake up drivers and get the interstate moving again. We are working to see if the road is clear in that area. I want to say good morning to you on this Monday. It is 5:30. I'm Dominique Ben. The storm is over, but the ice and freezing temperatures remain across the Arklatex. Most schools, if not all, are closed, with some businesses as well. First Alert meteorologist Jake Lembright joins us with what to expect throughout the day. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. It is chilly out there this morning, feeling a little chilly even inside as well. It is just to the point where it's so cold. We don't see it this often here in the Arklatex. Lots of ice there still accumulated on those roadways, as Dominique mentioned just a moment ago. Temperatures right now 21 degrees in Shreveport Bossier, and when you factor in this wind, the wind chill or our feels like temperatures are even colder area wide. Right now we're at 21 Shreveport, 17 in Marshall, 15 for Mount Pleasant, 21 in Nacogdoches, and close to 12 degrees out toward Idabel and DeQueen. Feels like temperatures again when you factor that wind in, 9 degrees in Shreveport, 5 in Marshall and Longview, feels like 8 in Mount Pleasant, feels like 16 in Natchitoches, 10 in Nacogdoches, and 13 degrees out toward DeQueen. We've got an extreme cold warning area wide through noon on Tuesday, especially due to those really cold overnight temperatures. Even during the daytime hours, at the warmest today, we might reach 33, 34 degrees, just above freezing for a very short amount of time. We'll do a quick traffic check across the Arklatex. Not seeing any accidents right now in the Shreveport Bossier area, but still several closures to give you the first alert to. One of those big ones being I-49 from I-20 down to 3132. And then if you're traveling northbound on I-49, there's a little bit of a longer stretch closed from Flournoy Lucas Road, again through that 3132 all the way up to I-220. We'll zoom in on that a little bit more. You'll notice traffic there slowing down near Louisiana Highway 523 and 3132. As we go out a little bit further to Lincoln Parish, still a lot of slowdowns there eastbound from Simsboro down toward Arcadia. You'll notice traffic there pretty slow there in the red. Also another slowdown near Shudrint as you head out toward Ruston in both directions. I'll have more updates on your traffic and your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
And through the weekend, officials have now confirmed 2 deaths related to the winter weather right here in northwest Louisiana. The Louisiana Department of Health says that 2 men died from hypothermia in Caddo Parish. Their identities, along with other details, have not yet been released. State officials are urging everyone to make sure they take steps to stay warm until the extreme cold moves out of Louisiana. All right, let's take a quick look at some tips to keep you warm and safe during the harsh winter weather. Do not use gas or electric ovens or stoves to heat up your home. Place any heaters 3 feet away from your beds or flammable items. And if you feel yourself getting dizzy or nauseous, get some fresh air immediately, as it may be a potential carbon monoxide buildup. You can see a full list of tips to keep you safe and warm on KSLA.com, our KSLA News 12 app, and the Louisiana Department of Health website. In case you are in need of a warming center here in Shreveport, here are a few options for you. Hope Connections is located on Levy Street. Highland Center is located on Olive Street, with spaces available from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. The Salvation Army located on East Stoner Avenue, Holy Mission Church of God on Texas Street, with a closing time of 5 p.m. We'll keep you updated on our KSLA News 12 app as we learn more warming centers and possible closures in the Arklatex. An afternoon of fun turned into tragedy on Sunday when police say a Jeep Wrangler pulled 2 16-year-olds through a neighborhood in Frisco, Texas. Something went wrong and the girls hit a curb and tree. They were then rushed to the hospital where one died. The other is in critical condition. As for the 16-year-old driver, police have not mentioned criminal charges. The case is still under investigation. It is 5:33. Roadways across the Arklatex are covered in ice as we start this new week, which still isn't very safe for driving. KSLA News 12 Celeste Slay joins us live with a look at road conditions, and you're along Fern Avenue and 70th Street. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. I don't know if y'all can hear this, but the wind has picked up and it is chilly. It hurts, low key. It is kind of hitting me like knives right now. I kind of wanted to show y'all the roads. You can see all of this is black ice right here. This is very dangerous. You do not want to slide on this. And check out this speed limit sign. I just noticed this earlier and I thought it was really cool. But look at that. That is all ice on there. So you just know that there are ice on the roadways. I do have an update from the Shreveport Police Department, and I'll read that in part quote. "We are extremely proud of our citizens. The vast majority have heeded the guidance of city officials by staying home and off of roadways. We cannot stress this enough. Even though the rain, sleet, and hail have stopped, the roadways are still extremely dangerous," end quote. So just as a reminder, you want to stay off of these roadways because you can tell that it is just covered in ice and it's not going to get any better until Tuesday afternoon. Reporting live from Shreveport, Celeste Lake, KSLA News 12.
And we are entering into another day of freezing temperatures, and roads are still slick and icy. As these freezing temperatures continue, Texas County and government agencies are working 24/7 to keep drivers safe. 5:35, TxDOT crews are treating icy roads across Texas this morning. They're focusing on highways, bridges, and shaded overpasses. The agency is using paving equipment to spread de-icer because the region does not have any snowplows. TxDOT warns drivers to slow down and watch for black ice, especially on bridges.
We have been working with our blades, our magnesium chloride, and our brine to make slush. And we get the slush and then we push it off to the side of the roadway. And then therefore it can become dry and get our roadways back to normal.
State officials continue to provide resources and emergency services as the winter weather rolls on throughout Louisiana. A deadly winter storm continues to grip northwest Louisiana. 2 men died from hypothermia in Caddo Parish. According to State Health Department, more than 120,000 people are without power. Let me be specific here. The Louisiana Department of Health said that those 2 men died right here in our area from Shreveport. Dash camera video shows state police showing the dangerous conditions in Natchitoches Parish. Brigadier General Jason Mufaz says utility departments have staged across the state and helping crews restore power faster.
So I can say really across from mobility all the way to power distribution. Really, we hadn't had a power generation issue or an infrastructure problem other than just the distribution to residents. And that's the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge being that trees become iced, ice trees become heavy, they fall on lines, sometimes they damage homes.
GOSEP plans to have their 24/7 emergency operations center active through today, according to GOSEP Director Mike Steele.
We've got lots of ice out there on the roadways. We're keeping you first aware and first alert to the closures and road conditions across the Arklatex. I'll have more details when we come back.
And despite the winter storm, a church in Texas found a way to preach to their congregation. Hear more about the church that offered prayer and a meal.
Hey, I'm Peyton Manuel. I'm here at SWEPCO's Fairgrounds. Next, I'll bring you an update on where they're at in restoring your power.
Here's a look at I-220 at Blanchard, and you can see the roadways are covered in ice. Back in a moment.
Alert Weather Day.
Well, we're starting off this morning with a live look at Benton Road from our John Harvey Toyota camera. You can see a lot of ice still out there on those roadways this morning. You can also see this is the I-20 bridge heading from Shreveport into Bossier City. Still a lot of ice on these bridges and overpasses. Even the roads beneath the bridges very iced over. So again, if you don't have to be out there this morning, please stay home and stay off the roads. In addition to the ice, it's just downright cold out there. Right now, temperatures are in the lower 20s there in Shreveport, 25 in Natchitoches, 17 for Marshall, a little bit cooler north of I-30 with temperatures in the lower teens. Now you factor in a wind about 10 to 15 miles per hour and look at what it does to those feels like temperatures. 9 in Shreveport, 15 in Natchitoches, 6 degrees in Marshall and Mount Pleasant. 5 degrees, your feels like temperature over in Longview. As we go through the next few hours, temperatures will warm up today, but at the warmest, we're talking a degree or two above freezing during the afternoon hours for a very brief window. So not a lot of improvements are expected today on those roadways, but highs will be back into the 40s tomorrow. So I'm expecting greater improvements from there. It is going to be a slow start to the day, though, when it comes to those temperatures warming up. Look at that. We start off in the mid-teens in northwest Louisiana, low to mid-teens in East Texas, and possibly north of I-30. We could see potentially single-digit low temperatures overnight tonight. Feels like temps tomorrow morning going to be pretty frigid once again. 4 degrees there, Shreveport, getting close to 12 for your feels like temperature tomorrow morning in Natchitoches, and 3 out toward DeQueen. Over the next 3 days, you'll notice an improvement. Highs back to the 40s, lows into the 20s, but for now, we have an extreme cold warning in place through noon tomorrow. We'll take a quick look here at your freeze forecast for the next 7 days. You'll notice overnight lows getting a little bit warmer. Again, 20s there for your Tuesday and Wednesday. A big jump for Thursday night into Friday, but as another front moves through, we'll see overnight lows back into the 20s. More details on your high temperatures for the next week coming up right after this.
When I was growing up playing baseball, a rule change days before the state championship kept me off the field. That's when I knew I wanted to fight for the people who don't make the rules. I became a lawyer to protect people and fight for justice. Watch Covering Your Bases with me, attorney Scott Chafin, to learn about the law and your rights. Wednesday on KSLA News 12 this morning and again at 6 p.m. And if you have a problem and need my help, call me. 318-865-8680.
Here's a look at your First Alert 7-day forecast. Today is a First Alert weather day due to the icy impacts on the roads. Of course, temperatures a little bit cooler as we go through the next couple of days. Highs will be in the 40s, gradually warming back up toward the 50s by Thursday, and then we'll be in the 40s for Friday and Saturday. Also want to give you the First Alert, not seeing any strong signs of a repeat of this. Over the next 7 to 10 days, we are going to stay dry, but just a little bit cooler as we head into the weekend. All right, let's talk power outages. SWEPCO customers, there's around 35,500 without power. Some of those harder hit areas include DeSoto and Red River Parish. DeSoto Parish still have about 5,500 customers without power. We've got, looks like a damage photo there of the power lines down out in Ringgold. We'll take a quick look here. Red River Parish, about 2,700 SWEPCO customers without power. 6,700 out in Sabine Parish without power. Close to 4,300 without power there in Natchitoches Parish, and over 3,000 without power as you head out towards Shelby County in eastern Texas. Another 1,600 without power in Rusk County, 2,200 without power in Panola County. In Caddo Parish, we still have 1,100 outages, with Miller County coming in at around 293 outages. These outages continue to go down in number. Of course, we're watching these very closely, and we'll continue to give you the first alert throughout the newscast.
All right, thank you, Jay. KSLA News 12's Peyton Manuel is live in Shreveport with the very latest on those power outages. And you are at the Louisiana State Fairgrounds. That's the staging area for SWEPCO. We do understand yesterday we were told by SWEPCO that they've called in additional resources from other states, Arizona, Indianapolis, nearly 6,000 additional resources.
Yeah, Dominique, that's absolutely right. And as Jake just mentioned, there's still thousands without power. But as you mentioned just now, this is the hub of SWEPCO. And these trucks here, that's what exactly these crews are trying to do right now. They're just headed in and out of this staging area, trying to bring people back their power as quickly and as safely as possible. And as you just mentioned, Dominique, those resources, like you said, are coming from in and out of state. A lot of times, as SWEPCO has told us yesterday when I was out here, they say a lot of times they bring in these crews from unaffected areas. So they have more manpower, more resources, as you said, to help in affected areas like us here in Shreveport and other parts of the Arklatex here. As we mentioned, and we've been telling you, those roads are still very, very icy, still sleety, and it's just dangerous. So as SWEPCO was saying, stay off the roads, stay home, and just stay warm and wait for those crews to get to you. Before this storm came in and this bad weather, city officials mentioned that those roads would be first priority for emergencies and first responders, but now we can go ahead and add electric crews to that list as well. Again, with the road closures and those road hazards, it makes it very, very timely for them to get out there, and they are trying to get you your power back as quickly as possible, but we all have to kind of work together here as we work through this. You can stay first alert through us, and if you download the SWEPCO app, for how many outages you have in the area, or if you need to report some outages. And as we learn more, we'll be sure to keep you updated as well. Right now in Shreveport, I'm Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
All right, Peyton, thank you. Just under 12,000 East Texas SWEPCO customers were without power on Sunday. Various services are responding to the increasing number of power outages throughout East Texas. SWEPCO crews refueled at the Longview Exhibit Center to continue their 24/7 service. SWEPCO spokesman Mark Robinson said there was about 6,000 customers out of power in Rusk County and about 5,000 out in Panola County.
Mutual assistance is so important to us, whether it's forestry or line workers and assessors, right? Someone has to go out and look at that damage, see how much damage, so we can request the right amount of personnel and supplies.
He says staging at the exhibit center will continue for several more days. Robinson said about 54,000 of all of their customers were without power. Fire departments in parts of Arkansas are being fully equipped to deal with potential fire hazards. Hear what fire officials believe will cause difficulties for fire departments.
Coming up, learn how you can help SWEPCO restore power safely and quickly.
Back, it goes out, it comes back. My mic is still on and has been, so I'm not sure. 5:51 this morning. A lot of you are seeing the damage caused by winter ice storms. Many are without power this morning. KSLA's Marvin Andrade is live in Texarkana, Texas, where most people are dealing with power outages and icy road conditions. Good morning, Marvin.
Good morning, Dom. The main reason of those icy road conditions is because of the extremely cold temperatures right now. Like myself, I'm covered with layers, but I'm still cold. But let's talk about those icy conditions. Right here behind me, you're going to see interstate hasn't been really busy this morning, which is a good thing. That's exactly what SWEPCO and authorities want. They want to keep these interstates, these roadways, as less busy as they possibly can, because it helps those first responders, those linemen, to be able to answer those calls when needed safely and quickly. As long as these roadways stay less busy, not as many cars, it keeps people out of the street and it helps those responders to get to any power outages and safely respond to them. And talking about power outages, I want to briefly mention that yesterday there was around 3,000 outages here in the Bowie County and Miller County. Today in the morning, we've been checking, and it's been around 500 outages. They've been working extremely hard to be able to restore power. And they say most of that is because of the additional resources they have been getting from all over the country, from places like Indiana, Florida, California, and numerous other states. They say that's how the power companies work. Whenever there's a natural disaster or weather event like this one, they tend to help each other out. They have that brotherhood. So if another state is going through something, most likely SWEPCO will send their crews to be able to help them. And that's what's been helpful during this winter storm, to help with those power outages that the whole Arklatex has been receiving. They also mentioned that they hope to be able to restore most of the power by the end of this week. So in the next couple of days there's going to be less and less power outages is what they're hoping and is what they're expecting. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12. Back to you.
Well, before the break, I want to give you the first alert to some new closures and hazards across the Arklatex when it comes to traffic, and then we'll get a look at your 7-day forecast. Want to start off by zooming in here. I-20, I believe this is the westbound lanes, or eastbound, I apologize. The entry ramp onto 3132 is blocked. Again, I-20 east, or 3132 eastbound, the entry ramp from I-20 eastbound is now blocked. We've also got a road closure there. Benton Road from US 79 down to Old Minden Road is closed, both directions of travel. You'll see I-20 starting to see some traffic picking up, but it is a lot slower, of course, due to the ice on the roads. That's why you'll notice some of those orange colors there. I'll go ahead and step off while you take a quick look at your 7-day forecast. There is some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to warmer temperatures. Of course, I'll have a full breakdown of your forecast coming up in just a couple minutes.
And this is a live look at I-220 at Blanchard, and as you can see, the roadways are still covered in those icy conditions, so it's going to be hard to, if you have to get out on the roadways, to get through this. I know that essential workers, if you have to report, be careful as you head to work. Back in a moment.
Stay first to wear on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps.
Saturday, March 14th, experience the hit play My Brother's Keeper. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster or Eventbrite. Call for more information.
Fell asleep in scientific class. Like, a lot of y'all guys are older than I am.
Well, thank you, Vivian. Thank you for handing me the mic. I actually am going to do a mic drop there, though. And, though, you got any other topics? That one I don't have too much more on. But if you have another topic you'd like to... Yeah, go ahead, babe.
Going back to us as human, we got Mosky and the cheese ad. What's up, Mosky? What you got for us? You ready to get in the tub?
40s tomorrow afternoon. There will be a much more noticeable improvement by tomorrow evening. Here's a quick check of your temperatures. Top of the hour right now, 19 degrees in Shreveport, 16 out in Texarkana. We're sitting at 18 in Carthage and 12 over in Idabel. Feels like temperatures though are even cooler with winds out of the north and northwest around 10 to 15 miles per hour. 5, 6, and 7 degrees for Longview, Marshall, and Shreveport respectively. These are our feels like temperatures. 9 out toward Texarkana, 8 in Magnolia, 15 right now is your feels like temperature over in Natchitoches. Because of how chilly these not just air temperatures but feels like temperatures are, an extreme cold warning is in effect now through noon on Tuesday for the entire Arklatex. And really, I mean, you can see as far out as this map goes, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, even in Mississippi and Tennessee, those extreme cold warnings staying in place. So as we go through this afternoon, again, we do warm up, not by much though. Highs this afternoon around 33 to 34 degrees across much of the Arklatex. It is going to be a chilly day, but by tomorrow, highs are back into the mid 40s, mid to upper 40s for Wednesday. And you'll notice while tonight we'll see temperatures back into the teens for your air temperatures, we've got air temperatures in the mid and upper 20s for Tuesday and Wednesday night. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to your first alert traffic, so let's go ahead and start talking about some of those closures and of course traffic conditions across the Arklatex. We've got closures. The ramp for on 3132 for I-20 has now been closed. We'll also have a closure there, I-49 from I-20 down to 3132. Another closure to give you the first alert to is Benton Road from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. You'll see 3132 seeing some pretty slow traffic going on right now. Of course, I hope everybody's taking it slow with the ice on the roads. Also seeing some slowdowns there in Lincoln Parish here near Ruston and out towards Shudrint. No accidents reported. You'll notice as you get closer to the Shreveport-Bossier area. Simsboro heading westbound on I-20 dealing with some pretty significant delays. I'll have more info on your traffic and forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Happening now, roadways across the Arklatex are covered in ice as we start the new week, which still isn't very safe for driving. KSLA News 12 Celeste Lay joins us live at the corner of Fern Avenue and 70th Street this morning, looking at the road conditions there. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Again, the wind is picking up and it is very cold. Like Jake said, it's only 19 degrees, but it feels like it is a lot colder. You can see behind me that few cars are starting to pick up here at this location. But again, the roads are still very, very icy. Check this out. I am currently walking on what used to be a sidewalk, but now you can't tell the difference between what it is. And this isn't snow, y'all. This is ice. So you can just imagine that the roadways are even worse. A lot of black ice is out there, and check out the speed limit sign. That is just covered in ice and icicles. I do have an update from the Shreveport Fire Department. They sent out a statement, and I'll read that in part. Quote, "Conditions are expected to remain dangerous in the coming days. Please do your part to keep our community safe. Stay home, stay off of the roads, and only travel if it is absolutely necessary. Your decision could prevent a serious accident and help protect the men and women working to keep you safe." Again, I've only seen a few cars come out here, and a lot of them have been utility or EMS trucks, just first responders out on the roadway. So if you're not a first responder, I would highly recommend that you stay home to keep you and your family safe. Reporting live from Shreveport, Celeste Lay, KSLA News 12.
And with ice and snow sweeping across the Arklatex, the Oklahoma Department of Transportation is busy treating roads across the state. ODOT crews are laying down salt brine on interstates and major highways. This pre-treatment reduces but does not completely eliminate icy conditions. A spokesperson with ODOT says it is also vital that drivers stay off the roads if at all possible.
If you do have to get out, plan ahead, make sure you have a fully charged cell phone. You check the conditions where you are and where you're going. Make sure you put a blanket and some water and maybe some snacks in your car, just in case the worst should happen and you get stranded somewhere.
ODOT has more than 500 multi-purpose trucks putting down a salt sand mixture to help melt ice on roadways. They also have snow plows out to help clear roads. All right. Look at your screen. Here are a list of more schools, universities, and organizations closed for Monday and Tuesday. Caddo Court is closed today and tomorrow, along with Southern University Shreveport, Providence Academy, Texarkana Career College, Loyola College Prep, Ayers Career College. The Highland Clinic will also be closed, and you can look at the graphics at the bottom of your screen or go to KSLA.com to view updated closures across the Arklatex. Meanwhile, the Jonesboro Fire Department in Arkansas also has their trucks and equipment prepped, and they are ready in case of any emergency calls. But there is one concern: access to hydrants. The fire chief says if the snow covers hydrants, that could make it harder to get to when seconds matter most.
Someone wanted to take a snow shovel or something, just kind of clean out around them. Luckily, we run GPS systems in all of our fire trucks that have the hydrants located by GPS. So we can find them because we've got them on the map. But yeah, that'd be a good help just to clean out around them if they could.
The chief says they usually don't see frozen hydrants, so they should be available in case of emergencies. New this morning, this is drone video from the Marshall Fire Department showing just how icy things are out there in East Texas. This video was put out yesterday to encourage people to stay off the roads if possible. And take a look at this. The winter storm split a tree right down the middle. A photographer in Tennessee caught this aerial shot from a neighborhood northeast of Nashville. The tree was split into 4 even sections by the weight of the ice. Take a look at that. And road conditions are still very icy out there. As you can see, this is I-20 at Monkhouse. Emergency medical workers are speaking out about the challenges they face. Learn how they plan ahead to make sure that everyone, including themselves, stays safe in this winter season.
And before we go to break, here's a look at your John Harvey Toyota dog walking forecast. There's a look at Cooper, courtesy of Christy. You'll notice temperatures today. Probably not the day to take the dog out for a walk. Very chilly temperatures hovering in the 20s as we go throughout the morning hours. And the cold temperatures will continue here over the next 24 to 36 hours. We'll talk about how much warmer we'll get throughout the course of this week on the other side of the break. Welcome back. We're starting off with a look of your John Harvey Toyota tower cam there in Bossier City. This is looking out on Benton Road. You'll notice a lot of ice and slush out there on the roads this morning. You can also see that in downtown Shreveport heading out toward Bossier City. Lots of ice there on the overpasses and even on the roads below. It is going to be a chilly day, and we're not going to see much of an improvement with the roads over the course of the next couple of hours. Temperature is a little bit cooler right now in Shreveport, 19 degrees. Still have those gusty winds out of the north around 10 to 15 miles per hour. So that'll take a temperature like 19, 14, 12 and make it feel a lot colder out there. Here's a look at your feels like temperature. 7 right now in Shreveport, 15 in Natchitoches, 14 in DeQueen, feeling like 5 degrees right now over in Mount Pleasant. Over the next few hours, temperature is going to be warming up once the sun rises, but at the warmest, we're talking maybe a couple degrees above freezing, and that's for a very short time window. That's why I don't think we're going to see much improvements on the roads today. Tomorrow afternoon, though, highs will be in the 40s, so you will notice more substantial improvements on those area roadways. As we head into tomorrow morning, we're back into the teens for much of the area. I can't rule out single-digit lows there if you're north of I-30. It will be another chilly morning. That's not even factoring in that wind once again. Look at your wind chills tomorrow morning, possibly in the single digits for some, low teens for others across the Arklatex. Again, overall, going to be a very chilly day. We'll take a look at your temperatures for the next 3 days. You'll see here we'll be seeing those temps climb into the 40s for your Tuesday and Wednesday highs. Overnight tonight, we're back into the teens again for most of the area, but back into the 20s for Tuesday and Wednesday night. So because of this really cold air that we've got through the middle of the day on Tuesday, we've got an extreme cold warning in place now through noon on Tuesday. Then we're in the 40s for your afternoon highs on Tuesday and Wednesday, but potentially getting a little bit cooler as we get later on into this week. You can see that here with our frost and freeze forecast for the next 7 days. Overnight lows back into the upper 30s for Thursday night. Very short-lived as another front moves through late Thursday night into early Friday, dropping our lows back into the 20s as we head through the end of the week and into the weekend. Go ahead and get a quick check of your traffic. Not seeing any accidents out there right now. Of course, we've got several closures out there. One of the big ones, I-49 from I-20 down to 3132. Another closure, Benton Road, just a small stretch both directions from Highway 79 down to Old Minden Road. Again, that's in Bossier City. One of the newest hazards there, eastbound on 3132, the entry ramp from I-20 eastbound is blocked. So if you're heading out that way, want to give you the first alert to that new hazard. We'll talk a little bit more about your high temperatures over the next week. That coming up right after this.
When I was growing up playing baseball, a rule change days before the state championship kept me off the field. That's when I knew I wanted to fight for the people who don't make the rules. I became a lawyer to protect people and fight for justice. Watch Covering Your Bases with me, attorney Scott Chafin, to learn about the law and your rights. Wednesday on KSLA News 12 this morning and again at 6 p.m.
And if you have a problem and need my help, call me. 318-865-8680.
Here's a look at your First Alert 7-day forecast. Today, a First Alert weather day because of those icy impacts still out there on the roads. We're sunny, though, as we go through much of this week. You'll see temperatures on a bit of a roller coaster. We're warming up until Thursday, and then we're cooling back down to the 40s for Friday and Saturday, followed by another brief warm up there back into the 50s by Sunday.
This morning, a lot of you are seeing the damage caused by the winter ice storm, and many are without power. Right now, SWEPCO is reporting more than 35,000 people without power, and that number seems to be a jump from earlier this morning. That's how many SWEPCO customers are still waiting for electricity to be restored. Just a little minor jump there. The majority of those outages are in Louisiana. KSLA News 12's Peyton Manuel joins us live from the Louisiana State Fairgrounds with a look at how SWEPCO is working on those outages and the crews that they brought in from other states. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, I'm going to take a second and step to the side, and you guys can look behind me. As you just said, this is the fairgrounds that you're looking at. It's the SWEPCO hub, as I like to call it. You can see all those trucks there, and honestly, now that it's 6 o'clock, a little past 6 o'clock, crews are starting to actually wake up. I've seen some people walk around here in some bright colored vests, some headlights are on, and trucks are, I guess, preparing to hit those dangerous roads that we've been talking about. Another thing that I want to mention, a few things that we need to think about are those road closures that we've mentioned. Obviously, that sleet that's still iced up all over in thick layers that's on those roads, making it dangerous, slowing those crews down, but they're still out there trying to get to you. But another thing that people don't think about are the trees that also fell down with those power lines. There's a whole nother set of crews that were out here yesterday. I'm sure they're here too. It's just a little dark to kind of see them, but they have to head out there ahead of these linemen to get those trees cleared up and out of the way so that linemen can then move in and start preparing and restoring your power. So it's a long process, but as we've been saying, just stay off the roads to help them. Keep the roads as first priority for first responders, and now all of these crews putting more people on the road. So just stay home and wait, and they'll get to you in a second. We'll be keeping you first aware and first alert on all the things you need to know with the outages. Right here in Shreveport, Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
And the Arklatex was blasted with winter weather over the weekend. And while most people can hunker down and avoid the treacherous road conditions, first responders don't have a choice but to brave the elements. Eric White, who is part of the EMT and public relations in Arkansas, has to report for duty and be ready to answer emergencies.
I know for us, we have studded tires on our vehicle, which makes it easier for us to get around in the ice and the snow. It doesn't make it 100%. We can still get stuck.
White adds that the snow and cold weather will lead to slower response times for accidents and emergency calls. Despite the cold conditions, the Arklatex is making the most out of it. Find out how one viewer brought the slopes to their backyard.
And here's a quick check of your traffic around the Arklatex right now. You'll see traffic flowing pretty slowly across the area as residents have to take it slow on those icy roads this morning. Some closures to let you know about. Of course, we've got Benton Road closed from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. I-49 closed from I-20 down to 3132, and a new hazard to give you the first alert to eastbound 3132. The entry ramp from I-20 eastbound is now blocked. More on your forecast and your traffic coming up on the other side of the break. Here's a look at your first alert 12-day forecast. Again, today remains a first alert weather day, as we're still going to have that ice all over the roads if we need to declare one for Tuesday as well. Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones will have the latest on that a little bit later on today. From there, we do warm up Tuesday, Wednesday into the 40s and then 50s for Thursday. That's very brief, though, as another cold front moves through late into the night Thursday, early Friday morning. That'll drop us into the 40s for highs for a couple of days, and then you'll see starting Sunday, highs are back in the 50s. We'll keep that around for a while, and then heading toward the start of February, we can see some rain showers start to work its way into the mix before returning to the 50s by the end of our first full week in February. So a bit of a roller coaster there with temperatures all over the place, but this week, not expecting any more wintry precipitation, not even expecting liquid rain this week, just lots of sunshine, which will be good at helping us melt that ice off of some of the roadways.
Take a look at this video from Saturday showing ice causing a power line to explode. KSLA News 12 crews were on the scene when the sparks flew. This video was taken on Richmond Road in Texarkana, Texas. No one was hurt, by the way, thankfully, and thousands of people are without power around the Arklatex even on today. KSLA's Marvin Andrade is live in Texarkana, Texas, where most people are still dealing with those power outages and icy road conditions. Good morning, Marvin.
Good morning, Dom. Yes, most people are still dealing with these icy road conditions, and that's because of how cold it is out here. I have around 4 layers under this jacket, and I'm still really cold. So that's why these roads aren't safe to drive on, because it isn't clear yet. The winter storm is done, but as far as these roads, it's still icy and there's still sleet over it. And with that being said, that's exactly why SWEPCO and many representatives, authorities want you people to stay inside as much as you can, to be able to help those first responders, those linemen, to get to any power outages that they need to fix. They say that as long as we keep these roads clear and safe, it helps them get to the locations faster, it helps them get there safely, and it essentially helps the restoration process of the power outages become a lot faster. They also thank all the additional resources that they have been getting from across the country. They said that they've gotten people from as far as California, and saying that it's how the power company works. Whenever there's a disaster like this, they tend to help one another to be able to get as many resources as they can to give the customers those restorations as soon as possible. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
Okay, go!
All right, KSLA has been receiving a lot of viewer video and photos from people across the Arklatex. This is from viewer Shara Finney in the Legacy subdivision in Bossier City. Looks like they are having a lot of fun there yesterday. We appreciate though you are sharing those videos and photos with them. Keep them coming.
Oh crap, okay.
All right, coming up next at 6:30, we're going to be taking a look at more of the power outage situation. Right now, we're sitting at about 35,000 people without power in the Arklatex, and we'll be checking in with our crews who are out there at the staging areas for SWEPCO. Back in a moment. The icy roads are across the city. The ice is still there. It's not safe to travel due to the ice impacts. Parts of Interstate 20 in Lincoln Parish were at a standstill after a stalled 18-wheeler. Louisiana State Police, they were recovering an 18-wheeler in the area due to several 18-wheelers that were stationary. Troopers had to go cab to wake up the drivers and get the interstate moving again. We are working to see if the road is clear in that area. Good Monday morning. It is 6:30. I'm Dominique Ben. We're now in the third day of freezing and icy conditions here in the Arklatex as precipitation from this weekend's winter storm remains stuck on the ground. First Alert meteorologist Jake Lambright joins us with what we can expect throughout the day. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. It is chilly out there. The roads are icy. If you can stay inside, it is best to just stay inside. However, if you want to get out there with the kiddos later today, try to have some fun in that sleet. Bundle up. Look at temperatures right now. These are just air temperatures. 19 right now in Shreveport. A regional view of your temps right now. 16 in Texarkana, 25 in Natchitoches, 18 is your current temperature over in Magnolia, 15 right now over in Mount Pleasant. But we've got winds at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And with temperatures already this cold, look at what it's done to our feels like temperatures. Feeling like 7 in Shreveport, 8 in Magnolia, 6 in Marshall, 5 all the way in Mount Pleasant, feeling like 14 right now over in Natchitoches. Because of these cool feels like temperatures and air temperatures from last night into this morning, and then we're doing it all over again tonight into tomorrow morning. We've got an extreme cold warning in place for all of the Arklatex now through noon on Tuesday. As we head through the rest of the day today, temperatures will start to warm up once the sun rises, but not by much. You'll notice we're in the low 30s for afternoon highs, maybe a degree or two above freezing, but overall it is going to be another chilly day ahead for us across the Arklatex. As we go through the next 3 days, you will notice an improvement, especially Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon. Highs will be in the low to mid 40s tomorrow, mid to upper 40s on Wednesday, and you'll see we go from overnight lows in the teens tonight into the 20s for both Tuesday and Wednesday night. All right, let's get a quick check of your First Alert traffic right now. Again, still watching some closures across the Arklatex, especially I-49 from I-20 down to 3132. Also watching that eastbound ramp off of 3132 onto I-20 eastbound is closed. We have another small closure there. Benton Road from US 79 down to Old Minden Road is also closed. You'll notice traffic on 3132 going very, very slowly. That's a good thing with all of that ice on the road. That's what that orange there on the map represents. We'll go back to Lincoln Parish, also dealing with some substantial delays, especially between Arcadia and Simsburg. I-20 westbound dealing with some very, very slow traffic. Also some slowdowns just to the east of Ruston there. I-20 eastbound heading toward Monroe, and then other major delays from Shudrant heading westbound into Ruston. As we look ahead to I-20 westbound moving a little slower compared to the eastbound lanes. See if I can't skip ahead very quickly to Texarkana real quick, where traffic at this point, see if I can get it up there. It looks like traffic moving very slowly on most of the highways and interstates. I'll have more details on your traffic and your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
And through the weekend, officials have now confirmed 2 deaths related to the winter storm right here in Shreveport. The Louisiana Department of Health says 2 men died from hypothermia. Their identities, along with other details, have not been released. State officials are urging everyone to make sure they take steps to stay warm until the extreme cold moves out of Louisiana. All right, let's take a quick look at some tips to keep you warm and safe during harsh winter weather. Do not use gas or electric ovens or stoves to heat up your home. And place any heaters 3 to 5 feet away from any beds or flammable items. If you feel yourself getting dizzy or nauseous, get fresh air immediately, as it may be potential carbon monoxide buildup. You can see a full list of tips to keep you safe and warm on KSLA.com, our KSLA News 12 app, and the Louisiana Department of Health website. And in case you are in need of a warming center here in Shreveport, here are a few options for you. Hope Connections is located on Levee Street. Highland Center is located on Olive Street with available spaces from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. And then the Salvation Army located on East Stoner Avenue is available, as well as Holy Mission Church of God on Texas Street with a closing time of 5 p.m. We'll keep you updated on our KSLA News 12 app as we learn more warming centers and possible closures in the Arklatex. Well, this morning, a lot of you are seeing the damage caused by the winter ice storm. Many are without power and roads are covered in ice. KSLA's Marvin Andrade is live in Texarkana getting the first alert on conditions there. And Marvin, any changes this morning?
Dom, the main change is how cold it is. It's really, really cold. I've been doing these morning live shots for 2 to 3 days, and I feel personally like this has been the coldest one. And what that means is essentially this ice and sleet isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon, which causes dangerous and hazardous conditions on those roads. So if you can, please stay home. Those roads are still not safe to drive on. I know the winter storm has passed, which is a good thing, but those roads are still remain icy and slippery. And that is a message that not just the KSLA meteorologists and all of the KSLA crew have been saying, but it's essentially what law enforcement has been saying across the Arklatex, and specifically SWEPCO has been asking customers to be able to help them with that, because it, as clear as these roads stay, is the faster that they can work on any power outages. They say as long as these roads stay clear, it helps them be able to get to locations safely, get to them quickly, and be able to restore those power outages that many across Arklatex are facing, and here in Texarkana as well. So they say that if these roads can remain like this, as you see right behind me, that's going to help them be able to make the restoration process a lot faster and safely. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Marvin. State officials continue to provide resources and emergency services as this winter weather rolls on throughout the Arklatex. A deadly winter storm continues to grip northwest Louisiana. 2 men have died from hypothermia right here in Shreveport. According to the state health department, more than 120,000 people are without power. Dash camera video from state police shows the dangerous conditions as well in Natchitoches Parish. GOSEP has plans to have their 24/7 emergency operations center active through today. Right now, more than 35,000 SWEPCO customers across the Arklatex are without power. The majority of those outages are in Louisiana, more than 27,000. KSLA News 12's Peyton Manuel joined us live from the Louisiana State Fairgrounds with a look at how SWEPCO is working on those outages. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, so I want to say this is the hub of SWEPCO. You can see here trucks are starting to line up, literally ready to get on those roads. Headlights are on. You can see that one blinking right there. There's some people here wearing their bright colored vests. I mean, it hit 6 o'clock and we've just been seeing them roll in. They're ready to get on those roads. But as we've been mentioning, those roads are still very, very icy, extremely dangerous. Another thing to think about, those road closures. Take a look at this right here. This is the news unit. These right here are some chains on the tires to help with that traction on this sleet that you're seeing here. It took me and my photographer 3 times to turn around before we got to this spot that you see us standing at, that you see me standing at right here. So you can only imagine the type of things and trouble that these crews are going to see once they get on those roads. But they say, and they reassure us, SWEPCO says they're going to make this happen. It just takes time. And the way that you can best help is just by staying put, staying home, stay warm, and let them come to you. As we've been saying, these roads are for first responders, and now all of these crews that are lining up, it's best if you just are out of the way so that they can get to you as quickly and as safely as possible to restore your power as quickly as possible. We'll make sure to be bringing you updates on those outages, and you can check back with us by downloading that KSLA News 12 app or going to KSLA.com. In Shreveport, Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
And many across the Arklatex, as Peyton just said, are still without power this morning. In fact, over 35,000 SWEPCO customers remain without power. We'll start off in East Texas, Shelby County, dealing with a pretty large number of outages. Over 3,000 SWEPCO customers without power this morning. In Caddo Parish, see if I can get that to pop up. Caddo Parish, over 1,100 SWEPCO customers are without power this morning. In DeSoto Parish, this has a pretty large number of outages as well. 5,500 customers without power. Red River Parish coming in at 2,700 without power. And then in northern Red River Parish, kind of near Ringgold, you can see the power lines there snap as a tree fell over on them yesterday. Over 6,600 customers without power in Sabine Parish and 4,300 without power in Natchitoches Parish. Coming up in just a few minutes, of course, it is a chilly morning across the Arklatex today. Feels like temperatures right now are in the single digits. I will have a look at what to expect the rest of today coming up in your First Alert forecast.
Live, I'm indoors right now, but in a little bit we will show you outside road conditions and what you should not be doing when you're out on the roadways.
All right, let's take you out on the roadways. I-20 at Traffic Street. You can see it's still covered with the icy conditions out there. It is 6:39. Good morning.
Well, welcome back. Current time right now is 6:43. Check out that sunrise there above the trees from our John Harvey Toyota camera over in Bossier City. The sun is rising. We likely won't see big improvements on the roads today. You can see a lot of ice out there on Benton Road. Quite the slushy mess. Stay home today if you can. It is going to be cold, and of course, roads continue to be a mess. There's a look at the I-20 bridge heading into Bossier City. This is on the Shreveport side. Again, not only are the bridges and overpasses coated in ice, but also the surface streets below. Temperatures right now very, very chilly. These are just air temperatures right now. Those are around 19 in Shreveport, 16 out toward Texarkana, 14 your current air temperature in Mount Pleasant. But we've got pretty gusty winds out of the northwest, about 10 to 15 miles per hour. You factor that breeze in and look at what it feels like out there to the human skin. 7 degrees in Shreveport, feels like 5 in Marshall, Longview, Mount Pleasant, feels like 9 in Texarkana, and 6 in Magnolia. Now, as we go through the next few hours, temperatures will be a bit warmer this afternoon. We'll be in the 30s, but not much above freezing. That's why we won't see a huge improvement in road conditions as we go throughout the day today. Tomorrow morning, it is a copy and paste forecast, maybe a little bit cooler across the Arklatex. We could be waking up to mid-teens across northwest Louisiana tomorrow. I'll have more details for you coming up in just a second. Let's get a check, though, of your first alert traffic, or actually We'll have a look at your traffic coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll check back in. Roadways across the Arklatex are covered in ice as we start the new week, which still isn't very safe for driving. So KSLA News 12, Celeste Lay joins us live with a look at the road conditions at the corner of Fern Avenue and 70th. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, like you said, I am at the corner of 70th Street and Fern Avenue. Traffic is starting to pick up here at this location. I know a lot of you are headed out to work this morning because a lot of you still have work involved with all of this ice storm. So when you do leave, please be careful because as you can see behind me, this is all covered in ice. There is I can't see the roadway. It is all covered in ice. I'll give you all a better look at this with the beautiful sunrise in the background there. I do have an update from the Shreveport Police Department. They sent out a statement saying, in part, quote, "We are extremely proud of our citizens. The vast majority have heeded the guidance of city officials by staying home and off of the roadways." We cannot stress this enough. Even though the rain, sleet, and hail have stopped, the roadways are still extremely treacherous. So just remember, as you do head out to work this morning, please be careful. This is all ice. While I was sitting in my car, I did see one vehicle kind of spin out at this intersection. So just be mindful and be prepared if you do have a spin out, know what to do, and have your phone charged ready to go. Reporting live from Shreveport, Celeste Lay, KSLA News 12.
And we are entering another day of freezing temperatures, and roads are still slick and icy. As these freezing temperatures continue, Texas County and government agencies are working 24/7 to keep drivers safe. TxDOT crews are treating icy roads across Texas this morning, and they're focusing on highways, bridges, and shaded overpasses. The agency is using paving equipment to spread de-icer because the region doesn't have snowplows. TxDOT warns drivers to slow down and watch for black ice, especially on bridges.
We have been working with our blades, our magnesium chloride, and our brine to make slush. And we get the slush and then we push it off to the side of the roadway. And then therefore it can become dry and get our roadways back to normal.
And with the winter weather, you may have heard warnings about exploding trees. It's a phenomenon that's been going viral on social media. But how does it happen? Experts say that it happens to certain trees when it gets well below freezing, and think in the -20s, and the sap inside freezes. But the term exploding is a little bit of an exaggeration.
It sounds like gunshots. And if people are in the woods and happen to hear one of these or outside in their yard even, yeah, you'll be ducking for cover, but it's not exploding.
So you don't have to worry about shards of wood flying around. The phenomenon is known as ice cracking, and it's not uncommon. Take a look at these pictures here. This is what a classic crack often looks like. And just like this tree in Tennessee, take a look at this. The winter storm split a tree right down the middle. A photographer caught this aerial shot from a neighborhood northeast of Nashville. The tree was split into 4 even sections, as you saw, by the weight of the ice.
Here's a quick check of your traffic right now. No accidents reported. However, traffic is flowing pretty slowly. You can see 3132 there. Very slow traffic right now across the Arklatex. Out in Lincoln Parish, several delays there on I-20 in several different parts. I-20 here in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro also seeing slow moving traffic as well. North Bossier, Airline Drive, Benton Road, also seeing some very slow traffic. Last but not least, we'll head up to Texarkana, where traffic is flowing pretty smoothly for the most part. A couple slowdowns, of course, people taking it easy on the ice. I'll have another look at your forecast after this break.
Coming up this morning on CBS Mornings, it's Begno's America, where we find the heart in every story. Oh, yeah, that's what hey, y'all, it's David Begno. This one is for anyone who's ever had someone show up for them at the right moment.
Yes, please. Oh.
You're going to meet an educator who did more than teach. They listened and helped a teenager find the courage to talk to his mom.
Here's another live look right now. This is downtown Shreveport, the I-20 bridge heading into Bossier City. Lots of ice still on the roadways and likely not much in the way of improvements as we go throughout the day today. Temperatures right now at 19 in Shreveport, 16 in Texarkana and Marshall, 17 for Carthage and Longview, 12 in Idabel, 24 right now is your current temperature in Natchitoches. But with those winds out of the north-northwest, about 10 to 15 miles per hour, feels like temperatures are in the single digits across much of the area. Marshall down to 5 degrees for the feels like temp now, down from 7 earlier. Shreveport now at 7 degrees. This came down from 9 at the beginning of our 4 a.m. newscast. 9 degrees your current feels like temperature over in Texarkana. So this afternoon, temps will warm into the low 30s for much of the area, maybe mid 30s, but barely above freezing. So again, that's why we won't see much of an improvement across the Arklatex today when it comes to the ice on those road conditions. Tomorrow morning, kind of a copy and paste forecast, maybe even cooler across a good chunk of the area. Morning lows tomorrow could be in the teens once again. Here's a look at feels like temperatures. Those could easily return back to the single digits across much of the Arklatex. So we're in for another very cold night ahead. The good news is after tonight, temperatures overnight will be back into the 20s and highs will be returning to the 40s. I'll have more details for you on what to expect over the next 7 days coming up right after this.
Central Monument Company understands you may need to honor a loved one with a grave marker. Flat markers were $3.95. Now they're just $99. Single upright monuments were $7.45. Now just $2.99. Central Monument Company has the largest showroom in the Arklatex and Keithville and a satellite location in Houghton. This sale is available while supplies last. We're factory direct, so save money by visiting one of our showrooms, calling to set an appointment, or visiting centralmonument.com.
All right, here's a look at your First Alert 7-day forecast. Again, temperatures getting warmer today. Continues to be a First Alert weather day as we've got lots of ice out there on the roads causing some major impacts. It will be sunny through this weekend into the weekend. Temperatures, though, just a slow and cool start to the week for sure.
All right. Until our next newscast, you can stay connected by using our KSLA News 12 app. I'll see you at noon.
Remember, you can also watch us on KSLA News 12 now through the app and your favorite streaming devices.
Have a good day. Be safe.
We'll be keeping you first aware and first alert to those latest road conditions as we go throughout the day today. Highs tomorrow, a big improvement back into the 40s. But first, we've got to get through tonight. Lows will be falling back into the teens across the Arklatex.
KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
Good Monday morning. You're watching KSLA News 12 now. I'm Dominique Ben. Today is another First Alert Weather Day due to the icy impact across the Arklatex through the weekend. Officials have now confirmed 2 deaths related to the winter weather in northwest Louisiana. The Louisiana Department of Health says 2 men died from hypothermia right here in Shreveport. Their identities, along with the details, have not been released. State officials are urging everyone to make sure they take steps to stay warm until the extreme cold moves out of the area. And new this morning, in case you are in need of food, water, or other necessities, all Kroger stores will reopen from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. today. And take a look at your screen right now. Here are a list of schools, universities, and campuses closed for Monday and Tuesday. Caddo Parish schools and sites, they are closed, along with DeSoto Parish, Bossier Schools, Northwestern State University, and Kilgore College campuses are closed as well. Here are a list of more schools, universities, and organizations closed for Monday and Tuesday. Caddo Court will be closed today, along with Southern University Shreveport, Providence Academy, Texarkana Career College, and Loyola College Prep, as well as Ayers Career College. The Highland Center will also be closed. You can look at graphics at the bottom of your screen, or that scroll down there, or you can go to KSLA.com to view updated closures across the Arklatex. Well, new this morning, this is drone video today from the Marshall Fire Department showing just how icy things are out there around East Texas. They put out this video to encourage people to stay off the roads if possible. And this morning, a lot of you are seeing the damage caused by the winter ice storm. Many are without power, and right now SWEPCO is reporting more than 35,000, which seems to be a jump from earlier this morning. That's how many SWEPCO customers are still waiting for the electricity to be restored. All right, so we are in the Weather Center along with meteorologist Jake Lambright, and you've been watching the conditions. And when do we expect all of this to clear up?
We should see noticeable improvements on Tuesday. The big thing keeping us from that now, temperatures like these feeling like the single digits across much of the Arklatex. I'll have a look at your full First Alert forecast right after this.
KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
Well, it is a chilly morning across the Arklatex, and roads, of course, still very icy out there. Here's a live look. The I-20 bridge heading from downtown Shreveport into Bossier City. You can see all of that ice still out there on the roads. If you must be out there, please take it extra careful this morning, but if you can stay home, it is best to stay home. It is also very cold out there. Air temperatures in Shreveport right now, right around 19 degrees. You'll see a current temperature of 15 in Texarkana, 16 in Marshall, 17 your current temperature over in Carthage. Feels like temperatures, though, in the single digits for much of the area. Feeling like 4 degrees in Mount Pleasant, 3 in Queen. Feels like temperature of 9 here in Shreveport and 16 in Natchitoches. That's thanks to those northwesterly winds at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Over the next 12 hours, here's a look at your temperatures for this afternoon. Will rise into the low to mid 30s, maybe a degree or two above freezing, but that won't help too much with the ice out there on the roads. In fact, what little melts will refreeze as we go through the night tonight. It is not even going to be close to the freezing mark. We will be well below it with temperatures in the mid-teens in northwest Louisiana, low to mid-teens in East Texas, and potentially some single-digit values north of I-30 in southeast Oklahoma and southwestern Arkansas. Of course, feels like temperatures will be very similar to today, back in the single digits for some and low teens for others. Over the next 3 days, highs will be returning to the low to mid 40s for your Tuesday and Wednesday, and overnight temperatures, thankfully, will be returning to the 20s. We'll go ahead and get a check here, your first alert 7-day forecast. And again, we will be getting a little bit warmer later on this week. High temperatures will be in the 40s and 50s. One thing that is staying consistent with us, lots of sunshine as we head through the week and into the weekend.
And one thing we saw on the different traffic cameras is everybody seems to be listening to the advice of the meteorologists and as well as the law enforcement, because we haven't seen a lot of people out on the roadways.
Yes, that's good. Of course, keep it up. I know it's hard to stay trapped indoors for sure, but again, if we could just make it another day or two, see those road improvements, we'll be all good to be back out on the roads.
All right. And you can stay connected with us right here on the KSLA News 12 app. Join us right here for our newscast at 9 this morning, and then right after that at 10:30, we'll have your first alert weather breakdown. Today, meteorologist CJ Cartledge will give a recap of the winter storm from over the weekend. Don't forget, you can also watch KSLA News 12 at noon right here on KSLA News 12 Now. Every weekday at 7 in the morning and 9 at night, you can watch KSLA News 12 Now. We will stream your top stories on the KSLA News 12 app, Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. We're going to leave you with a look at the roadways. Stay warm.
and 16 degrees over in Magnolia. Now we've got an extreme cold warning in place, of course, due to those very frigid temperatures and feels like temperatures. That runs now through noon on Tuesday. We've got another copy and paste forecast as we head into the night tonight. This afternoon we will warm up compared to 19 degrees by a good bit. Still going to be a chilly day out there. We'll see high temperatures about 33, 34 degrees and will only be above freezing for maybe an hour or two this afternoon. Not expecting much of an improvement on the roadways until we get into the day tomorrow. All right, let's get a check of your traffic real quick. Not seeing any accidents out there right now. Of course, several closures, including I-49 from I-20 down to 3132. You'll notice a lot there on the traffic map right now. As we head out, let's go to I-20 real quick. You'll see those orange colors there on the road. That indicates very slow traffic. If you have to be out there on the roads today, make sure to take it very slow and exercise caution. I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. Into the Shreveport area today, expect traffic to be much slower. Looking at I-20 here, Shreveport-Bossier, also seeing traffic slow, of course, due to those icy roads. North Bossier also seeing slower traffic, as well as I-220. More on your traffic and forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Happening now, roadways across the Arklatex are covered in ice as we start the new week, which still isn't very safe for driving. KSLA News 12 Celeste Lay joins us live with a look at road conditions near Fern Avenue and 70th Street. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, I'm at the intersection of 70th Street and Fern Avenue, where there is a lot of ice buildup. You can see right behind me, it is just straight ice. There is no even traction where cars have driven through. I've been here since this morning, and there have only been a few cars pass through until now. Now there's traffic picking up just a little bit, but everybody's being sure to stay safe. I do have a statement from Shreveport Police Department, and I will read that in part. Quote, it says, "We are extremely proud of our citizens. The vast majority have heeded the guidance of city officials by staying home and off of the roadways. We cannot stress this enough. Even though the rain, sleet, and hail have stopped, the roadways are still extremely treacherous. Again, stay off the roadways if you can, unless it's an emergency. But if you do have to get out on the roadways, please be safe, because this is all ice. It's black ice. It's very slippery." Reporting live in Shreveport, Celeste Lay, KSLA News 12.
All right, thank you, Celeste. And coming up, we have information on people that are in the Oklahoma area. People across the Arklatex have been experiencing rough conditions due to the winter storm that came in over the weekend. Many of us also lost power during the freeze, and although it was very cold, some people had it even worse. Ryan Duval talks about the fire truck in Hope, Arkansas that took those in need to a shelter nearby.
The McDonald's sign at 21st and Sheridan says they're hiring. Well, if they want team players, all they had to do was look at their own driveway, where folks had gathered to help out a driver who got stuck trying to get into the parking lot. And speaking of stuck, that's how some residents feel at Inhofe Plaza.
My neighbors and I don't have any heat at all.
Marie Flowers is using space heaters to try and compensate for the lack of heat from the building. As for what some of her neighbors are doing,
those that don't have anything to stay warm are using their ovens and stovetops and bundling it up, and that's all you can do.
Folks looking for some heat over on Admiral were finding it at the Be Heard shelter.
Well, if it wasn't for the shelter, I'd be dead.
Lloyd was out walking his friend's husky, Cookie, who, of course, doesn't mind this type of weather at all.
She said, "I'm ready to pull a sled."
Meanwhile, pulling into the parking lot, an old fire truck dropping off someone at the shelter.
It was built custom for New York City back in 1981.
Ryan Duval is not a firefighter, but he is a good Samaritan who's been driving around the past few days helping folks get out of the cold and into shelters.
Yeah, it was 26 people I helped out Friday night, and then 22 last night.
He got the truck at an auction. Hope, Arkansas is where it was last in service before Ryan bought it and gave the name a literal meaning with his actions.
Well, I mean, that's kind of played into the whole deal because it's nice. It's just a Hope truck. I'm bringing Hope to Tulsa, so it's pretty cool.
He got a tip there was a woman camped out near 81st in Yorktown. And when we got there, it was a scene hard to believe.
You do need to get to a shelter, so that's what I'm here to provide.
Buried under a pile of blankets and snow next to a shopping cart, you wouldn't even know anyone was there.
Let's load up your stuff in the warm fire truck.
Ryan makes it clear who he is and what he's doing.
It's just my fire truck. I'm not even a firefighter. I'm just out here taking folks to the shelter.
And after some coaxing, the woman agreed to get into the truck.
Don't be ashamed. I promise you, we're here to help you.
And it's the kind of help you'd get from a concierge at a 5-star hotel.
You may load this bag up, ma'am? Okay, I got you.
He dropped her off at the Salvation Army. One more success story for the guy racing to the scene, dispensing hope.
I'm just doing what I feel led to do.
Despite dangerous weather conditions, one church is standing firm on keeping their doors open. Find out how they are making adjustments during this winter season. This is I-20 at Traffic Street, and the roadways are still icy out there, very slick. The black ice is very deceiving, so stay off the roads if you can.
And it's pretty cold out there. An extreme cold warning's in place, and we've got another cold front on the way. We'll talk more about that after the break. But first, here's a look at your John Harvey Toyota dog walking forecast. Cute picture there of Cooper there playing with his ball. Today might be a day to skip the walk as temperatures will stay in the 20s through the rest of the morning. I'll have more on your forecast when we come back.
This is a KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
When I was growing up playing baseball, a rule changed days before the
we have the backup ability to, have places for people to plug in.
Church Under the Bridge meets every Sunday under the overpass at I-35 and 4th Street in Waco. Rain, shine, or otherwise.
This is a KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
Well, welcome back. You're taking a live look right now at Benton Road in Bossier City. That's from our John Harvey Toyota camera. Still a lot of ice out there. The sunshine might help to melt some of that ice today. And of course, this afternoon, temperatures will be above freezing. Now, it won't be for all that long, and it'll be just by a couple of degrees. So not going to see major road improvements likely until Tuesday afternoon. Of course, lots of ice still there on the bridge. I-20 running, this is downtown Shreveport, running into Bossier City. And temperatures here right now still very, very cold. 21 degrees for us in Shreveport. We've still got those stronger winds out of the north at about 10 miles per hour. Here's a look at your air temperatures across the rest of the Arklatex. 16 right now into Queen, 14 for Idabel, 19 over in Carthage, at 24 over in Natchitoches. Feels like temperatures, on the other hand, those are even cooler thanks to those winds. We feel like 11 degrees in Shreveport, 9 in Marshall, Mount Pleasant, Magnolia, also 11 in Texarkana, 15 in Natchitoches, and 16 degrees is your current feels like temperature over in DeQueen. This afternoon will continue to warm up a little bit. I mean, compared to where we are right now, by a good bit, we'll be in the low to mid 30s for your highs, but again, maybe a degree or two above freezing, not enough to really allow for substantial improvements to the roadways this afternoon. Then what little melts refreezes tonight because temperatures are going to be cooling down very quickly. You'll notice that we're back in the mid-teens, maybe even lower teens across part of northwest Louisiana, low to mid-teens, East Texas, maybe even some single-digit readings north of the I-30 corridor. Again, that's overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Feels like temperatures are going to be the same or very similar to this morning, as we'll have another breeze tomorrow morning. So expect single-digit feels like temperatures for some, maybe as warm as 10 to 12 degrees for others across the Arklatex. As we go through the next 3 days, you will notice an improvement with temperatures and, of course, road conditions as well. This afternoon, highs are near 34. Overnight tonight, again, teens. And then Tuesday, highs in the low 40s. Overnight, we're in the mid-20s. Pretty much a copy and paste forecast for Wednesday. A little warmer, closer to the upper 40s, with temperatures cooling off into the upper 20s during the overnight hours. Now between noon tomorrow, we do have an extreme cold warning. As you saw, especially tonight, temperatures are going to be very chilly. Same with tomorrow morning with those feels like temperatures in the single digits. So no surprise that warning is in place. And again, that expires at noon tomorrow. We've got some cooler weather in the days to come. Of course, these are overnight temperatures for the next 7 days. The warmest low Thursday night into Friday, upper 30s. Then we are right back into the mid to upper 20s starting Friday night and heading through the weekend. We've got a lot to talk about when it comes to your high temperatures as well. Another front rolling through late Thursday into Friday. Details on that coming up right after this.
When I was growing up playing baseball, a rule change days before the state championship kept me off the field. That's when I knew I wanted to fight for the people who don't make the rules. I became a lawyer to protect people and fight for justice. Watch Covering Your Bases with me, attorney Scott Chafin, to learn about the law and your rights. Wednesday on KSLA News 12 this morning and again at 6 p.m. And if you have a problem and need my help, call me. 318-865-8680.
Here's a look at your first alert forecast, 7-day forecast. Of course, the first alert weather day is in place today due to those icy roads. Conditions likely not to improve until Tuesday afternoon. Temperatures looking a lot better by Thursday, but then another cool down's on the way. That'll bring us into the 40s by Friday. That will continue into the upcoming weekend as well. Of course, temperatures staying at or below freezing much of the nights this week. All right, a quick update for you on power outages from SWEPCO. Over 33,000 customers in the Arklatex still without power. Some of the hardest hit areas include DeSoto Parish with over 5,500 power outages, Red River Parish with over 2,600 outages, another 6,700 outages there in Sabine Parish, followed by another 3,300 outages in Natchitoches Parish. Also want to touch base quickly back on Red River Parish. SWEPCO there sharing this photo. It looks like the weight of the ice on a tree blew it over, and as a result, it did knock the power lines there, that out toward the Ringgold area. In Bossier Parish, we've got about 10 outages, or 375, I should say, around 1,000 in Caddo Parish, and then out toward Miller County in Arkansas, we've got roughly 47 outages currently. Of course, we're continuing to keep tabs on these and giving you the first alert to the latest as power is restored across the Arklatex.
Thousands of people in Shreveport are still without power following the intense winter storm, but we want to let you know there are still resources available. Community Lighthouses, Morning Star Baptist Church located on Joella Avenue, and the Highland Center located on Olive Street both offer electricity, food, and water to meet your needs. Morning Star will be open today from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. The Highland Center will be open today from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. as well.
We have the backup ability to have places for people to plug in, whether it's medical devices or to be able to store their insulin in refrigeration, and also just a place to come and to be warm.
Morning Star and Highland make up the only two lighthouses in Shreveport. People involved with both centers say there are plans to open more centers in the future. Despite icy conditions on the roads, Nate Smith talks about the local churches that did not let their congregation miss their chance to worship.
Church Under the Bridge meets every Sunday under the overpass at I-35 and 4th Street in Waco. Rain, shine, or otherwise.
We never cancel. It doesn't matter what the weather is. We have never canceled church.
Yeah, that's, you know, we're out here in the elements, and so we consider this to be air conditioning in January.
For people who attend Harris Creek Baptist Church in McGregor, their church service wasn't canceled either. The leadership team there decided to offer a recorded sermon for their congregation, something head pastor Jonathan Pekluda says wouldn't have been as easy a few years ago.
When I started in ministry, it was virtually impossible to go virtual, no pun intended. And so as technology has progressed, I mean, now we have cameras on our phones and we can send videos, we can call someone with a video call.
Whether worshiping from the safety of your home or braving the elements, an event like a winter storm requires everyone to be on their toes.
Yeah, we didn't know exactly who was going to show up. We could not get our trailers out here. We could not get, a lot of our volunteers had to call out just due to safety issues. And so one of the things that we decided to do is just kind of take a more of a small group type mentality.
And new this morning, this is drone video today or yesterday from the Marshall Fire Department showing just how icy things were out there around East Texas. They put out this video to encourage people to stay off the roads if possible. What seemed like harmless fun turns to tragedy. Hear how a sledding accident leaves one teenager dead and the other in critical condition. And let's take you outside I-20 at Traffic Street. A few more cars out there on the icy roadways. Be careful if you have to get out. Black ice out there and it's very deceiving. Back in a moment.
This is a KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
It sounds like gunshots, and if people are in the woods and happen to hear one of these or outside in their yard even, yeah, you'll be ducking for cover. But
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps.
Saturday, March 14th.
This is a KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
An afternoon of fun turned into tragedy on Sunday when police say a Jeep Wrangler pulled two 16-year-olds through a neighborhood in Frisco, Texas. Something went wrong and the girls hit a curb in a tree. They were then rushed to the hospital where one died and the other is in critical condition. And as for the 16-year-old driver, police have not mentioned criminal charges. The case is still under investigation. With the winter weather, you may have heard warnings about exploding trees. It's a phenomenon that's been going viral on social media. But how does it happen? Experts say that it happens to certain trees when it gets well below freezing. Think in the negative 20s, right? And the sap inside freezes. But the term exploding is a little bit of an exaggeration.
It sounds like gunshots. And if people are in the woods and happen to hear one of these or outside in their yard even, yeah, you'll be ducking for cover. But it's not exploding.
So you don't have to worry about any shards of wood flying around. The phenomenon is also known as ice cracking, and it's not uncommon. Take a look at these pictures here. This is what a classic crack often looks like. All right, just like this tree in Tennessee. Take a look at this. The winter storm split a tree right down the middle. A photographer caught this aerial shot from the neighborhood northeast of Nashville. The tree was split into 4 even sections by the weight of the ice. Look at there, perfect.
All right, let's get a check here. Your first alert 12-day forecast. Again, today is a first alert weather day as those icy and slushy road conditions will persist likely until Tuesday afternoon. We finally warm up. High temperatures in the 50s or 40s, I should say, starting on Tuesday and Wednesday. We briefly return to the 50s on Thursday. And from there, we do get a little bit cooler as we head into Friday and Saturday. An expansion there on your 12-day forecast. We might have some rain chances back in our forecast toward the middle to latter parts of next week. High temperatures, though, staying in the 50s across the Arklatex. And don't forget, just an hour from now, I've got your First Alert Weather Breakdown podcast. Today, meteorologist CJ Cartledge will give a recap of the winter storm over the weekend. Watch our First Alert Weather Breakdown podcast starting at 10:30 on our KSLA weather app, KSLA.com, and all of our streaming apps.
All right, thank you so much for watching KSLA News 12 at 9. Our next newscast is coming up at noon. You can also follow us on Facebook.
Have a good day.
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps.
Saturday, March 14th, experience the hit play My Brothers Keep.